聞こえますか？はい。みんなちゃん、こんばんは、こんにちは、おはようございます。はじめまして。どうも、バブカスです。はい、こんばんは。どうも。ということで、ギリギリまで、料理をしてて、つまみを食べてました。だからささみをもうニンニクでくるんだぐらいニンニクをめちゃめちゃ入れた、ニンニクと生姜めちゃめちゃ入れて、ささみを焼いて食べてビール飲んでました。うまい、うまい、うまい。ただ明日目覚めたら部屋がニンニク臭そう。なんかさ、人体はどうにかできるけどさ、部屋の匂いってなかなか取れんよねって思いました。以上です。で、今日はハーストーリーというねゲームをやっていくんですけどでもさ、なんかさ、今現在はさ、別に匂いしないしさ、なんか自分が食べてたからさあんまり匂いしないしさ、なんか気にならないんだけど、まあ明日になったら気になりそう。どうだろうな。まあうまかったからよし。ニンニクで消毒なんだよね。ニンニクとアルコールで消毒なんだよね。ということで今日のゲームはハーストーリーというゲームなんですけど、これはね、すごく多分、なんだろう。ホラー要素もないし、なんかアクション要素もないし、なんか結構、こう、なんだろう。先を傾けながら、またありみたいな、そういう感じのゲームだから、なんかそんなにね、なんかこう、ギャーパーボゲーみたいな感じではないです。まあやったことないんですけど。で、なんかもうマジでただ情報を見て、なんか自分がなんか本当になんだろう、探偵みたいになって情報を見ていくみたいな感じなので、まあどのゲームでもそうなんですけど、もうこれをね見てしまったら多分もうネタバレみたいな感じだから、なんかまあやりたいなって思ってる人はなんか多分これ分岐とかない、本当に多分情報をまとめて、あ、こうだったのかもみたいにするみたいな、マジで探偵みたいな感じのことをするゲームと、まあ、書いてありました。ということで。そう、なんか、しかも、正解とか不正解とかなくって、そうメモを、なんかこう外部的にメモを取って、なんか、マジで探偵みたいな感じらしいです。ということで、まあみんなちゃんも酒でも飲みながら、もしくはメモを取りながら、まあ、一緒にやっていこう。音量調整通していきたいと思います。こんな感じでどうでしょうか？なんかもしかしたら急に何かで音声とかが上がってしまうかもしれないんだけど、うるさいかな？もうちょっとちっちゃくていい？ こんなもんにしておきます。また何かあったら言ってください。よいしょ。ということで、バブもメモを用意してやっていこうと思います。人力で。バブが気に入っているノートは、にーもしねっていうノートです。よろしくお願いします。ということで、なんか、いいですね。警察のデータベースかな？殺人、検索。3つ。これ、サムネイルにもなってる。今日のサムネイルおしゃれじゃなかった？ちょっと。視認しにくいけどね。この彼女の証言というか、これなんか殺人事件があって、その殺人事件のなんかで証言をしているのよ、この女の人が。その人の証言を聞いていくみたいなゲームらしいです。11秒？大丈夫かな？不安になってきたわ。うん。はあ。12秒。数ヶ月前、サイモンが死んだんだ。2ヶ月前にどっかいたってことだな。はあ。
You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
でもこの人がやっぱり疑われてるんだね。で、これでマジで普通に調べていくらしいんだよね。サイモンとかかなって思いましたけど。マジでさ、マジで超面白くないか？ちょっと真剣にやっていこうな。サイモン・スミス。
Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
いや、これ、ちょっと待ってくれ。
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
はいはいはいはい。サイモンはガラス会社のアーンストブラザーズっていうガラス会社のアーティスティック担当の人だったって話だね。
It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
もう一回。
It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
どう？音量的にちょっと上げていくね。
Yes, there's an Amstrad one.
アムストラド。
Uses it very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games, you know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
はあ。
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games, you know.
あ、じゃあサイモンと一緒に住んでるのかな。夫婦か恋人とかなのかな。
Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident. So what do we do next?
いやー。
Thanks. Please find Simon. I love him so much.
やっぱ恋人か。恋人か彼女かみたいな感じだな。なんだろう。ザ・ロックとかかな。ロック。あったあったあった。
So,
金曜の夜。
Friday evening, we had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job, but he didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at the Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come and see you. His parents haven't heard anything either.
エリックを次に検索しなきゃだな。これか。
Oh God, I don't know. I mean, I guess the Rock.
はあ。
You've spoken to everyone there. Someone must have seen where he went. I don't know. So many things could have gone wrong.
みゃー。ちょっと待って、これが6月の18。94年の6月の18。6月の25。あ、なんかちょうど6月なのかな、たまたまかな。これが6月の 27。
The door locks if it swings too.
は
Yeah, I had to let myself in. The door locks if it swings too.
閉めるとロック。あ、そのロックが引っかかったのか。
Yes, I always pull it shut and then lock the bigger lock with the key.
なんかロックが二重だっていう話だね。いやー、これ楽しいけど途方もねえわ。エリック。
He was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch, a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat,
上司。
a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house.
エリックは上司ね。
Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back. Yes, that would be in his wallet.
何が
It's a Visa,
ビザ。
a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash. But
エリックに説得されて。
Eric wants him to get one.
なんかエリックが今のところ怪しく感じちゃうけどね。
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
ダイアン。妻はダイアン。ダイアン。ダイアンじゃないよ。ダイアン。お。
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the glaziers, organises the Christmas party, that sort of thing. They have 2 kids, really sweet kids. She used to look out for me when I worked there.
子供が2人。っていうかエリックが会社やってんのか。これあれの方がいいね。ちょっと待って。ゲームキャプチャーのカーソルをキャプチャーさせます。はい、これでどこを指してるかがわかるね。ね、エリック社長っぽいね。上司であり社長であると。
Yeah, that's Simon's watch.
ほ
It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel.
う。うん。
It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time, you must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
グラスゴーにいたわ。
Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner.
エリックとダイアンとめっちゃ
Diane is a really good cook.
関係性が深いな。
And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off Vtuber, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines.
ふんふん。
I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
フェンネルってなんでどうした弾き語り始めたの7月1日。
Maybe Simon was being too much of a perfectionist.
うんうん。
But I don't know. You should ask Diane.
なんでギター弾いてんだろう。グラスゴーだな。グラスゴー。
I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired.
グラスゴーって場所
I just had to sleep.
もう一回
I got in the car and I
車に乗っ
drove.
て
I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way
土
up in
地の
Glasgow.
名前かな。
I was so tired. I just had to sleep. Yes. I got to Glasgow. I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back.
なんか知らないけど車に乗ってグラスゴーに行って彼氏だか旦那が、死んでる時に 車中泊してたって話か。
No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning. When I arrived in Glasgow,
なんで
I
行っ
was
たの？
exhausted. The streets were empty.
タクシーにぶつかった？
Badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license.
免許を持ってなかっ
But
た？
when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
妊娠してんの？妊娠してんだ。病院かな。お、
Asked the hospital.
はい、僕は。
I don't see how it's hard.
あ、
He
やっぱ
established
そう
I
か。
was in Glasgow when he was killed. You spoken with the hospital?
やっぱそうだね。これなんか見たことないか。7月3日。
It's like I told you before. I drove. I took the car and drove. I don't have my own car, but I have a spare set of keys. I just drove north. I wanted to think, put some space between me and them. Everything I told you before is true. I stopped at Glasgow. I was tired, exhausted. I pulled out and I hit a car. My car was okay, but I was worried about the baby, so I went to A&E to get the okay. Everything was fine. Slept in the car. When I tried to call Hannah from a payphone, she wasn't answering. And then I decided to drive back.
花だ、花。
I had decided that she was more important to me than Simon.
親友とか？花。なんかいろいろしてんな。
My name is Hannah. Hannah. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work from merit though. It's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
どういうこと？
My name is Hannah. Hannah. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work from merit.
My name is だけど。
Sorry. Hannah Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street. ブラッドストーンストリートに住んで。でも花が大事だからってどういうこと？混乱してきたね。花が大事だから。二重人格系？ 6月30。多重人格系だなこれ。はあ。
花とイブっぽいよね。ねえ、バブも思った。これモールス信号っぽいね。おかしいもん、こんな規則的に打つの。ね。これ保存にしとこう。ねえ、怪しいよね。あ、だ、分かった分かった。髪の毛を下ろしてるのと縛ってるのとみたいな感じで、その時によって人格違いそうだな。これ見よ
う。Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
え
？Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
何？は？じゃもうじゃもう一回怖いどういうこと？じゃもう一回進めよ
う。Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah.
ホラーじゃないですよ、こんなん。
Told my mother I was dead.
こんなんホラーじゃないですよ。演出。すぐ怖がるんだから。
Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
そう、バブの顔よ。反射した。
She recognized me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. It was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
いや、また映っちゃった。すぐ反射するんだよね。だから双子として生まれて、片方が死んだ人格ってことかな。フローレンス。
Florence took me home with her. Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
はい。
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. Kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road.
生きてん
It
の？
was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me.
ごめん、またちょっと顔映っちゃったけど、あんま気にしないで。
Florence was a warm, kind person, but she was broken. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it, older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there.
Huh.
I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
本当に別の人なのかなね、シンプルに2人が話してんのかな。
Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl.
はあ。
It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
これって私がイブって名付けられたってこ
It
と？
was just me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it.
だからイブって名付けられたって感じかな。
Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl.
まあとにかく死んだとされてる方がイブってことか。
These are stories I remember that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
じゃあイブかな。
Well,
友達のイブ。
I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid. And she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
はあ？どっちが主人格なんだ？花は多分親に言われてないから知らないけどイブは知ってたってことなのかな。花はマジで友達だと思ってる。いやでもこれがおかしいよね。そしたらなんでイブの話なんてしたの？ やっぱ同じ体に入ってるっぽい気がするけどな。
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it under. And for a moment, just wanted to kill her and watch her drown.
Huh?
But that was it. was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
いやー、やっぱりこれ同じ体使ってると思うけどな。だからさ、そのプールにイブの顔を押し付けてっていうのも自分の顔をプールに突っ込んだって話じゃないのかな。だからその水面に映った自分の顔みたいなじゃないのかわからんけど。
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London, and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off. I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police.
二人で。
So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve. So my parents let me off.
いや、やっぱそうだな。二重人格だな、これ。
My mother called me Eve.
は？あ？わかんねえ。今まで話してたこと全部どういうことだ？ポーツマス。やっぱ行こうか。家で？なんか変わんないな。なんだろう。花はだってやったし。フローレンスってやったでしょ？母か。
Yeah, when I was at school. I worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything though. I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till.
怪我してる？
Yeah, when I was at school. I worked part-time in the front shop.
どこ？
It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born.
してないと思うけどな。
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff we never needed, and I never had the heart to throw out. I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over.
はい。
I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open.
は？
Saw the body. I screamed, and that's when I called the police.
は？もう一回もう一回。
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. she'd been speaking about
は
old
いはい
stuff,
はいはい。
sad stuff. About when we lived there. About the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place.
はあはあはあ。
Okay. There's a girl and she's staring out of the window. She's sad. She's trapped. She's here. She's looking out the window because her mother won't let her out.
なんだでもこれ、もうこれはさ、そういう検査してるっぽい気がするよな。
Okay. There's a girl. I would have been a good mother. I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah.
うん。
Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
はあ。いや結局赤ちゃんを産まなかったってことか。産めなかったかわかんないけど、ね、左右対称にこだわるからやっぱりそういうことなんだろうな。ねえサラ。ああこれだけか。左右対称。コップ2つあった？全然見てなかった。何を調べたんだっけ？
The whole thing was wrong.
うん。
The bags, I think they were from our kitchen. You can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape, but
うん。
I think it was ours.
さっきなんだっけ？あーコップ2つ。そっか持ってるのともう1個あんのか。はいはいはいはい。なるほどね。まあほんとだ。
Fine,
あ
considering.
これでも砂糖入れてんのとさ、なんかコップっぽくねえか？
Knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled.
氷かな？
I mean, worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't lived in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in. As good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So,
うん？
well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that
でも
was
砂糖
weird, knowing your people have
Boy,
been
no.
there through my things. It's like I've been burgled.
あー確かに砂糖を入れる派の時と入れない派の時があるってことか。
I haven't lived in the cellar.
そっかそっか。1個の時、この1個の時は砂糖入れないけど、こっちの時はめっちゃ砂糖入れる人っぽいね。
It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone.
Huh?
We took him down to the cellar.
やっぱお前じゃん。
We we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck.
7月3日に諦めたってことなのかな。
It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone.
これが一番最後っぽいもん。
We took him down to the cellar. We we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch.
時計は私のアイデアって言ってたから時計かな。ん？あれ？
He was wearing a shirt.
違うね。
The blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. Really nice one. Eric.
なんだろう。死体？あー出た。ギター。
Really? Okay. Here's the rest.
どうしたどうした？ Oh, wind and rain.
Yes, he made fiddle pegs from her fingerbones.
Oh.
So dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone.
Oh, wind and rain.
The sound could pierce a heart of stone. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. But the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the dreadful wind and rain.
Rain.
Anything you sing may be used as evidence against you.
なんだこれ。これ3人目いるな。つまり花とエヴァともう一人がいるってことだわ。オーウィンドアンドレインしか覚えてない。それな。
The bruise.
ああ、ほん
I
と
have a really
だ。
fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policeman. I found the body. His body didn't look real.
うん。
His throat. It looked like his throat had been cut.
なんで喉？
opens his glasses. He has these thick glasses. He doesn't always wear them.
メガネをかけてなかった。
1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. Forensic entomologist. That up. It was because of the heat. It's just awful.
うわあ、これコップとか別にいつ話したのか分けとくべきだったな。これまあいいけど、ダグ、エレノがってたな。いやー、なんだ
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried. I feel sorry for them.
ね、ダグとエレノアって何？
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us. There's always been pressure.
サイモンとの生活。ダグとエレノアが両親？
I hoover, I dust every week. Maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust and she said, if people ask, tell them you do it once a week. But every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day. You know, ran an ordered house. You know, I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day. You know, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes. When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage. And she still has a secret like that. Okay. I parked up in the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. But he wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly in the living room. Nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
はダグとエレノアはサイモンの両親か？なんか違う気がするけどな。
Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day.
は
Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
あ。はあ？エレノアとダグも人格か？1984年の話なんだ？わからん。赤ちゃんを失ったっつってたよね。
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday.
はあ。難しい。
We spent the wedding night in...
なんか分かってつかみかけたと思ったらつかめないんだな。
We couldn't afford our own place.
でも94
Simon
年。
dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity. We moved in with his mum and dad. They had a spare room for us and the baby if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months, full of hope.
ねえ、なんかそれかもって思わせといて違うくなるな。
From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday. Then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. Turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
はいはいはい、この人の誕生日だったんだ。
Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday. Then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't
職場に
mind.
子供たちがいるん
And
だ。
after that, we talked about the baby. Turned into
はあ。はあ。アクセスできるのは最初から5番目のクリップまでです。はあ。子供？お。
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince. And Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. So she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind. But she kills him with her tears and so.
はいはいはいはいはい。
Is that too much?
同じ絵を見せた時にラプンツェルの話をした人とお母さんに閉じ込められてる少女だって言った人がいるのは確かってことですね。
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. How many of these in colour?
でこれ多分ラプンツェルなのって言ってる人と絵本を読んでたのって言ってた人もう違うな。そういうことだな多分。
Yes, I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play out there and make up our own stories.
なんか2人だって思ってる人格と2人以上だって分かってる人格がいるのかな。えって出したらどうだ。あーダメだな。ラプンツェルいやーなさそう。お
Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
カードゲームもしたんだ。はいはいはいはい。
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
はあ髪だ髪。
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper, undressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her forehead. はあ。凶暴な人もいたみたいな話だな。Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. It said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
はあ、なんかできてんだよ絶対。なんかちょっとぐるったみたいだけど戻ってきました。大丈夫そう？大丈夫かな？はい。
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? But needs tuning. No, it's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street.
うん。あ、出た。あ、歌い方が全然違うが。違うよね。しかも歌詞も違うし。ああ、それぞれのなんか特徴だなこれ。ああ、言ってた言ってた。プールで顔押さえつけた。ああ、ほう。ほう。風と雨。これでしょ。
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player.
はいはいはい。と。
Really? Okay. Here's the rest.
ああ、そういうことか。ここで歌って残りはおかしくなるからやめとくわって言った後に歌わなかったよ彼女はみたいなことを言ったら本当に残りはこんな感じみたいな感じなんだか。はあね。でもやっぱ2人なのかな。
Really? Okay.
あー。なんだギターかな。お。
No. No, Simon didn't play guitar. He wasn't very musical. He liked to listen, but
あ、サイモンがね。
Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar.
はあ。なんだ。あ、写真とかどうだ。
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago.
はいはいはいはい。
He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off with the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know, he has to read. a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not books so much, or watching TV. He likes TV. Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said.
Oh.
Son
これタトゥ
looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding. But if you looked at the photos,
ショットガンウェディング
the dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
多分さっきのサイモンにはタトゥーなかったっていう話なんだよね。
Oh, my tattoo.
はあ、
I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake.
リンゴとヘビ、何アダムとイブってことどういうことなんだ
So I moved out. Got a small bed sit. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings. So I had some money, enough money to cover my rent.
うん。
And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
はあどっちがなんだでもそうだね。タトゥー入れたのは自己の存在証明だやつって言ってるのはイブだろうね。さすがに。
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously, I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by my likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me.
Huh?
I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit,
どういうこと
interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream. ？He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously, I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. I was fascinated by the likeness.
わからんな。双子？お
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question?
はあ
Are you out of your mind? Twins?
誰あ、子供あ、バブたちってこの人の赤ちゃんだったりする
There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce.
でもなんか赤ちゃん産まなかったみたいな話してなかった？あれ？あとはメガネかな。いや、ないな。赤ちゃんを失い両親を失ったっつってのは何なんだろうね。屋根裏側かな。お。
Yes, I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic. Old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
これさ、2回妊娠してる？そういうことかな。1984年の時点の赤ちゃんと1994年の赤ちゃんがいるのかな。あ、タトゥーないな。
Yes, I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense.
でもどっちがどうなのかがもうわからん。
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge. It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale. Little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork for them all, passports, diaries, and gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights.
双子がそういうこと？双子でさらに双子が二重人格？双子それぞれが二重人格なの？なんだ？人形とかの話もよくしてる気がするけど変わらんな。妊娠？お！
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
できちゃった結婚みたいなね。それでなんだっけ、マシンガンマリッジみたいなこと言ってたよね。
No. I lost the baby. I had a miscarriage at 8 months.
8ヶ月で言う。
We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after.
やっぱそうじゃない？ 1984年 1984年に流産してない？あ？で、今もまた妊娠してる？違うか？
Yes, I'm fine. I'm over sick again. This happened some days. I'm pregnant.
Huh?
It's morning sickness.
やっぱ妊娠している人と流産した人がいるよね。1984年に流産した人と今妊娠してるって言ってる人がいるな。
No. Well, yes. You found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
ああ？誕生日。
Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that. It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present.
気に入らなくて。プレゼント。
It wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
はいはいはいはい。鏡はちょっとタブーだったのかな？てかさ、これのタトゥー問題なんだ？
It was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have one cup.
8年前？
About 8 years back. It was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have one cup.
じゃねえ、イブは妊娠してるってこと？でもさ、このタトゥーってさ、これシールとかじゃなかったらさ、消えないよね。ってことはやっぱ2人いるのかな
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present, another mirror, just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present.
Huh?
She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Oh? Oh? でももう死因は分かったよね。サイモンの死因は鏡で喉を切ったんだよね。そういうことだよね。鏡。
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. Haven't looked at it since.
いや本当にマジで2人いるの？ 2人いて二股してるの？いやなんか迫ってるようで全然迫ってないんですけど喉違うの？死因違うの？あとなんだ？でも鏡でしょ？やっぱエレノアとダグもよくわかんない。給食なんだっけ？バイトの話か。じゃあやっぱ合ってんのか。サラ？違うな。女の子。ねえねえ、ウィッグをつけてやってたけど。めっちゃ引っかかるわ。
A wig? You mean? What type of wig?
教えて。あ、ごめん、違う。
No, I've never worn a wig. What kind of wig?
はあ
？This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
ブロンドのウィッグ？違う人じゃん。
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant.
Huh?
But I couldn't. I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys I'd met in clubs, parks and alleyways. I was 17.
Huh?
It felt like I was being punished. But it was Hannah who had betrayed us. I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD. When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I found it hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? That seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
まあでもこれで分かったのは屋根裏に住んでいたのがエヴァだったってことだよね。でサイモンと結婚してたのがやっぱり花。
This was 9, about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing, she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
ん？あ、エヴァじゃなくてイブか。取っ組み合いの喧嘩なんてできんのか？ブロンド。
No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
はあ？ヘレンって誰？ヘレンって誰だ？
It's the Rockington Arms. The Rock.
ああ！
It's run by a nice couple.
いたいた！はいはいはいはい。
There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to
アルバイトの子ね。
and the barmaid they have in sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
ブロンドの女が好き。だやっぱ花と結婚してたのに、サイモンは花と結婚してたのに、イブと浮気したってことなのかな。でしかもこれ多分今と過去の話をしてるから分かりにくいんだな。性病。
I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. And I came down one morning and they were dead. They were in bed and both had been sick. They'd thrown up.
Huh.
And I'd slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. He used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognize them. And there's no way you would have picked death caps. But the police believe that's what happened. They never even looked in the attic.
でもやっぱり赤ちゃんが生まれてるんだよな。キノコ。
They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms.
地下室で育ててたみたいなこと言ってたよね。
Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, I mean, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
これお父さんたちの死は今度どうなんだ？何なんだ？もう何が何やらになってきたよ。はい、こんばんは。喧嘩？違うな。あ、ごめん。喧嘩。違うな。浮気？ああ、浮気。
She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay. because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother. And so it's fine.
あ、これはラプンツェルの後の写真だよね、きっと。ああ。
An affair. Simon wasn't having an affair.
あ、
An affair. Simon wasn't having an affair.
ああ、そうそうそう。
No, I have never been unfaithful. I've never cheated on Simon.
はあ、え、これやっぱりさ、二人いないか？
Have I ever cheated on Simon? You asked that question yesterday.
7月1日、6月30日。
Simon never cheated on me. He was devoted to me, and I was devoted to him. Nothing in life is easy. We were good to each other. Life isn't a fairy tale. You do what you can.
え、これやっぱり2人だけじゃない気がするんだけど。でもこの人とさ、この人が共通の認識、昨日も聞いたけどって言ってるのも納得いかないんだけどな。こいつら違う人じゃないの？え、だって浮気し、あ、わからん。弟長男、仕事。
A mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the glaziers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. Oh, it's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle.
携帯がキッチンにあった。
I haven't been into work. I guess I've just been waiting to hear from you, hear from my husband.
やっぱり、ああ、マジの別人同士の中に人格があるか？え、でもさ、私たち一つにならなきゃいけないみたいなこと言って、花のところに行くとか言ってたから、じゃあ花とイブ以外の人格がいるってこと？花とイブという体がいや違う。ああ、なんだ？なんだ？出産？違うな。両親？
Then my parents died. It was the worst year of my life.
うん。
A miscarriage and then my parents.
あ、やっぱ流産だ。やっぱ84年に流産してるんだ。8ヶ月で流れた。出たわ。で、死体はひどかった。 でそれを羨んだ屋根裏の子は自分も妊娠しようとしてたけどできなかったって言ってるんだよな。多重人格とかないか。人格同一人物？違うな。そうだね、時計のアイデアもあったな。確かに時計。でもこれ電動来なかったんだよね。
He was wearing a shirt. He has a watch from his ball. He had his coat.
あ、これ？
Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it.
これ見たね。
That time. You must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow.
あ、この時間って言ってるから腕時計を回したってだけだね、多分。よくある。この止まってる時間に私はグラスなんたらにいたっていう話をしてるのか。で、花がイブをプールにつけたんだから、ちょっと待って。お、これ。
You want me to play something? The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain.
ってことは、花が姉でイブが妹だ。それはわかる。
When she went home, Simon had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me.
はあ
Told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face.
あ、これが確信だな。
When she went home, Simon had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me. Told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face.
やっぱり同じ体の人に対して浮気してブロンズのウィッグをかぶった妻に対して浮気をしてたってことかな。お誕生日。ああ。姉妹出たな。妊娠。呼びたいって言ってた。リードミーある。 こいつがデータベースだ。情報公開法に沿って申請し、ゲストとしてのアクセス権を取得しておいたよ。見たところちゃんと機能してるようだな。オリジナルのビデオテープからの移行は1999年に行われたみたいだが、その後の Y2K 騒ぎやなんやらでこいつは放置されたままになっていたようだ。残念ながら刑事の映像が入ったサーバーの方は見つけられなかった。あるいは1997年の洪水の際にやられてしまったのかもな。何にせよこれだけでも十分、情報としては十分なはずさ。SB。バブたちは一体何なんだっていうね。お
No, it's okay. The other detective has just gone to get me one.
もう一人の刑事さん。
Must think it's very cool that their dad is a police detective.
お父さんが刑事。
Must think it's very cool that their dad is a police detective.
はあ？もう何もわかん何もいや終わってない終わってないあれそうか了解じゃあ終わったら教えてくれ会話は終了しました終わってないんですよコールなんだこれなんだこれDB チェッカーなんだこれあこれデータベースチェッカーか更新今出てるのがこれだけってことこれだけまだ開いてないってことなんじゃないかこれうわーなんだっけ DB だっけ違うなんだっけ SB か SB って何 SB とか引っかかんのかな SB 引っかからんわあ、ゴミ箱の中あミラータイル遊べますねここちょっとじゃあここかなじゃあここでここでここでここやりますねここでここかなここやりますねここでおっと端を取るここでおっと端を取るここだそしてここだここそしてここからのここやりますねこのここ赤優勢という感じもしますがここでやりますねここいやここ取っていきたいここかやりますねここで取られ返したここ ここが、いや、こう。うわー、なかなか劣勢。ここ。あー、橋を取られたー。しかしまだ希望は見えるはず。どうだ、紫。ここだ、ここだ。ここは盤石な体勢を取っていきたいところ。お、いや、こうだな。こうのこう。おっと、やったー。ありがとうございます。なかなか厳しい戦いでしたがね、頑張れました。なんだこれ、ハック。顔だ。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。結構ね、厳しい戦いだったんですけど、皆さんのおかげで頑張れました。元に戻ろう。父親、父。お。
Mum and Dad had never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite.
あー、花が太ってたの。
Us talking in the attic.
で、妊娠?
Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear, she went mad. Get dressed this instant! So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. Mum was amazed.
え、本当にいたってこと？え、どっちえ、今の話ってやっぱりマジでいたのか？イマジナリーフレンドじゃないってこと？やっぱフローレンスのとこで育ったのか？いや、わからん。おっと。
There's married couple stuff. A stupid argument, nothing specific. No one knows how to push your buttons better than those you're close to. When you've been married for 10 years, stuff accumulates. We could argue about anything.
June.
He's so nice. That doesn't help. He tries to smooth things over, and that just makes it worse. We're both passive aggressive, so we never normally argue directly about anything. When you suspect someone of murdering their husband.
はあ。いや、結婚も10年なんだよね。1984年に流産して、おーっと。
gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck.
They'd
gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed.
やっぱりイブの
It was so soon after my
家
miscarriage.
で
The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and
死ん
after
で
that
た
it
ん
was
だ
just
やっ
like,
ぱり
fuck.
イブはだからそういうことだ。イブはお父さんお母さんを発見してたけどぐちゃぐちゃになって死んでた時にそう性病してなんか吐いてるっつって外の人に言わなかったってことなのかな。
Yeah. I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
ってことはイブが妊娠してた？だって赤ちゃんのためにって言ってたってことはイブが妊娠したのか？
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile.
Oh.
Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again. But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then...
あ、そういえばじゃあ誰？やっぱりイブが妊娠したの？あ、で花が私の友達が妊娠したから連れてきたいっつってたんだよね。だからやっぱイブが妊娠したってことだよね。多分ね。あ、でなんだっけ、ガラスで切った傷があるんだよね、サイモンに。
Suicide? No. I mean, he would never do anything like that. He is not the kind of person to do anything like that. I mean, to hurt himself? No. Fine. I've never had my fingerprints taken before. I once put my hand
やけどこれ今日の夜は長いぞ、みんなちゃん。
If one of us got hurt, the other one would have to be hurt too. A grazed knee, a bruise. When I lost my tooth first, we had to pull our harness to match. Once, I slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The girlfriend came up to Hannah the next day and
花かわいそ
gave her a huge black eye. That night, she had to do the same to me. But she almost went too far. I couldn't see out of that eye for days. She snuck frozen peas up for me from the kitchen. So much of our bodies was synchronized anyway. We started our period on the same day. All our childhood diseases, stomach bugs, nits.
う。でも性病の時には一緒にかかってなかったんじゃないのか。やけどだ、やけど。おい、指紋？お、
Fingerprints. Yes, yeah. I would have cleaned them. I changed the sheets too. With the fingerprints in all those places. Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible?
は？なんだこれ。今度指紋？両親？
Really? Go on then. Take the cup. Run your fingerprints. They'll match. Fucking do it.
やっぱり同一人物なのかな。は？でもこれ意味わかんなくない？指紋がたくさんついていた。
They have been my parents' fingerprints.
私の両親？てかさ、
Is that possible?
私の両親は死んでるんじゃないの？
Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible?
1まあちょ1個のファイルが見つかりません。あ、増えた。自殺、他殺？違うな。カード200枚くらいあるマダミス一人でやってる感じそれなんだよな。あとなんかある？あ、ガラスやアンスト。やばい、このね、ガラス？あった。
I did. Well, we met when we were 17, both working at the Glaciers.
え？17の時にガラス屋で一緒で働いて？なんか違くね？なんか学校を辞めてガラス屋に入ってみたいなこと言ってなかったか？
And the Glaciers. I worked there some weekends and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship.
物静かで職人っぽくて。
Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. No. Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince.
物静かな職人の王子様。そんなやつおる？王子様。顔。あ、顔。
Silverleaf?
銀箔？
He normally solves them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection. Silverleaf? No. He normally solves them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique.
そうだね、鏡の話だね。自分の顔が嫌い。なんだ？鏡はでもよっとし、そういえばさ、でもさ、あれ？両親も働いてて書類とか領収書がどうこうみたいに言ってたやつは、あれがガラス屋の話？
No, he was as shy as me. I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth. No, he was as shy as me. I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth. Differences? She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything.
これはどっちだ？
She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl.
Carl.
I met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
うわーいてててててて。ああ、そういうことか。花が内気で、イブがビッチってことか。ビッチの性病ってことだな。いや ヘアブラシの絵、いやわからんです。どのヘアブラシか知らんからなどのヘアブラシから知らんからちょっとわかんないけど、そんなことねしなくていいそんなことしなくていいのにな。カールの次の男がサイモンだったね。
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was
バンド
sexy.
メンバー、はいはいはい。
We were 15.
イブが歌の人だよね。15、15歳で、サイモンに会ったのが17歳。
No, I was 15. Carl was older. 17, I think.
カールは17歳と。
I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved.
うん。
Lots of drunken teenage sex.
何度もお酒を飲んでセックスしたわ。
We did it in a church
15
once.
歳の時に教会で今やったわ。
So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad.
はいは
Those early experiences, they help you realize who's really important to you, you know?
い。何？
Family.
あ、家族。なるほどね。
Family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then
うんうんうん。
Simon.
セックスで検索するか。
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous.
はあはあは
Even the first date. We
You
went to
did
see
on it.
Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went. Kept changing places in the toilet.
あ。
We
ん？
only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me. But that was it. We didn't want another Carl on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules.
寝たの
Deliberately
か。
broke
セ
the
ックス
rules.
だ。
She wanted to be the first to sleep with him.
はいはいはい。
I mean,
は
that's
あ。
what she wanted
なるほど。
from that one time.
めっちゃ追われてんなこいつ。とバンドあー家族ないね。セックスおっと
I wouldn't say that. It could be passionate.
はい。
It's just, it was more than that. It wasn't just sex like I had been with the other boys.
いやいやいや、今さ体別々だって思ってたけどやっぱ一緒だよ。だってそういえばギター持って歌ってた時にさ、これより先の歌はよくわかんないからっつって数分経って、あ、そういう風に言ってたの、続きはこれをっつってたんだから、やっぱり体は一緒だよこの人たち。
You're reaching
でもタトゥーはシールか。
Oh, I don't know why. No, I've never cheated on anyone. I've never taken anything from anyone. Simon is dead. But I have my baby to care for. Why are you trying to make me sad?
赤ちゃんは結局誰
Why
が
are you so obsessed with sex and affairs? You cheated on your wife. this your thing?
まあでもなんかあれなんかさ、友達が妊娠してるからこの家にとか言って屋根裏にいたのと同じ体だけどマジで全然違う意識としてあれなの？浮気ではもう出てこない。浮気セックス1個か。歌？ギターなんだろうね。更新でも少しは埋まってきてるの。カールバンドメンバー週末お
A week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
Hmm?
A week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
1週間前に
Okay, you got me. I'll confess. We were there. It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip. I used a made-up name.
は
We stayed at the hotel.
やっぱし浮気してんじゃん。
Didn't leave the room. Had a great view of the river, and you could hear the church bells. Like you said, it was very romantic. It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
オックスフォードで経費を使ってランデブー経費オックスフォードお
There was a conference, something to do with double
ガラス
glazing
に関する会議
in Oxford.
はいはいはいはい
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference?
会議がない
I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar.
ん
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford?
えやっ
if
ぱ
there was
そう
no
だよやっぱそうだよ
conference?
やっぱそうだよ同じ体だよ
I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar.
これ今花なんでしょで浮気したわよって言ってたのはイブでしょそういうことだよねやっぱ同じ体に入ってるよ会議違うな出張時系列的にこれが前ああおどういうことこれが前ってどういうこと
There was a conference, something to do with double glazing in Oxford.
14時半
Are you sure? What would he be doing in
会議
Oxford?
がないって言ってるんでしょ
It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
あれあそういうことかあれってことはこれは花
Okay, you got me. I'll confess. We were there.
ああ、そういうことか。
It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip. I used a made-up name. We stayed at the hotel, had room service, didn't leave the room, had a great view of the river.
じゃあわかんないや。
Church bells. Like you said, it was supposed to be a secret.
ロマンチック。
Nothing else happened that night. We talked, then I said goodbye. Then next week I was singing the bar again, and there he was. And again the next week, he offered to buy me a meal. I told him I had already eaten,
あ
so we got chips and ate on the beach instead. When we said goodbye, he asked me to kiss him. Romantic.
あ。おお。やっぱり体別？
No. I told her it was one of my boyfriends, someone I had met in the bar. I think she was happy. But I could tell she was thinking, why couldn't it happen to her and Simon? They were the ones with the real life. Why not them?
これ、
No, he was a shy snake.
これ後ろに束ねてるのが花ってことなのかな。わからんが、そういうこと？これなんだったっけ？
What are you doing talking about Eve?
?これわかんないよな。これ絶対あれだと思うんだけどな。やっぱ同じ体か？ホテルやったっけ？お。
And the hotel said he was there?
ん？ああ。一緒に泊まってたかってことか。違うな。教会。お？
Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember well I went over the river. And then there was a church there. Yeah. And I probably parked. Well, I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
プリンセスストリート。ないな。車。
I wasn't in the house all of Friday night. After the argument, after Simon left, I left too. I was upset and I wanted to get away. So I took the car.
これやっぱりさ、水飲んでる人とブラック飲んでる人と砂糖いっぱい入れて飲んでる人いる？ そういうこと？
I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. When I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And I... Excuse me. Is there a bin?
座ってんね。あ、そういうことか。水飲んでるのは妊娠してる。
Yeah. I pulled over and slept in the car. This was just by the side of the road. I was exhausted.
ああ、これ6月20、ああ、これ6月27日のさ、同じ6月27日、20時57分。6月27日、20時58分。これ全然違う。飲み物と髪の毛全然違うよね。そう、1日1杯なら大丈夫よねみたいなこと言ってた人もいたよね。はもう余計わかんないんだが。水飲んでる人、ブラックコーヒー飲んでる人、ブラックコーヒーに砂糖入れてる人いるんだな。これはさ、完全にちゃんと来て水を飲んで妊娠しっかりと妊娠してます感はあるけど、これは着崩してコーヒー飲んで、でも同じ体でわけがわかる水とかにしてみる。お
No, no one has been in the last few weeks. We had a plumber come in 3-4 weeks ago. Someone sang with you from the rock.
3、4週間前にサイモンの知り合いの水道管を。あ、それは地下室の話か。
No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water.
砂糖もあるか？あった
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
紅茶をいただける？砂糖は一つで。カプチーノっつってるけどね。紅茶ってカプチーノなの？
A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar. A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar.
カップオブティーじゃないよね。カプチーノって聞こえるんだけど。
A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar.
あ、カップオブティーノっつってんの？カップオブティーノっつってる？
A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar.
やっぱり紅茶に砂糖がある。だから水とコーヒーを飲んでる人と紅茶飲んでるやつがいるってことか。
Just the 1 sugar. Thanks. Is that camera recording?
はあ。
Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
いや、やっぱり違う人格もしくは体の人がいるな。紅茶。
Could I have a cup of tea?
あ、カップオブティーっつってるわ。やばい、前髪上げてるやつだ。前髪上げてるやつ。前髪上げてるやつは紅茶を飲むんだ。紅茶をたしなむ人だ。
Maybe a fresh cup of tea?
カップティー。
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left.
ああ。
I walked in.
これはサイモンが紅茶よく飲んでるみたいなね。
I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits.
これ見たわ。コーヒー。コーヒ
ー。Black coffee, thanks.
ああ、ブラックコーヒー。
Sweet enough as it is.
うわ
？Black no sugar, thanks.
ブラックコーヒーとミルクと砂糖を入れるやつと紅茶のやつがやっぱりいっぱいいるのかな。もしかしてミルクってしてみるか。これだけか。甘さ、甘さなんだ。
Black coffee, thanks.
ああ、水やったっけ。やったのか。髪型ないな。更新姉妹これ同じ体なのかな。何なんだろうね。引っ越し。お
The legal stuff was completed very quickly. Hannah moved back in with Simon. Eric gave Simon the week off to help with the move. He decorated, modernised wallpaper curtains. Hannah insists the attic be left as it was, dollhouse and all. Simon never went up there.
引っ越してきたって言ってるから、これは屋根裏のイブ？なんでイブの花なんでイブの話なんてしたの。リフォーム？ないね。引っ越し、リフォーム、屋根裏もやったでしょ。人形、絵本ないな。おとぎ話。お！
Well, she wasn't my real mother, but she raised me. Do you want to hear the story? It's a real life fairy tale.
これはフローレンスの話かな。
Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories.
この続き見たいんだが。なんだ魔女。お
I wanted to see my reflection. I thought that if I touched her, something would happen. We would become one.
そう、一つになるって言うんだよな。
One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
やっぱりだ、別人格と本当の双子がいるのか？このおとぎ話は何なんだ？悪い。
Okay, she's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess she broke the rules. Or maybe they think she did something bad. Maybe it wasn't her fault. She looks scared, not guilty. Maybe it was mistaken identity. Did they catch her there? I don't know.
これさっきラプンツェルの時に言ってたもう一人の人は浮気をして追われてるんだわみたいな話してたんだよね。これね。
She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother. And so it's fine. Okay, she's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess.
やっぱ違うこと答えてるよね。多分ね。
I can take the stuff off now.
なんだこれ。この状態見たことない。
Take the stuff off now. Did I prove I'm innocent?
嘘だ、嘘。嘘。おら
Yes. I'll take a lie detector test.
嘘発見器つけたんだ。
I've never taken a lie detector test before. Does it really work?
それつけてる時のが全然出てこない。
My name. That was the only question I failed. Your lie detector works.
だ名前って前って言っちゃった。名前あれ
No, no cat. My parents had a cat before they died called Domino. It was this little black thing with white dots. And we never did anything about the cat for that, but
ドミノ
if you were thin, you could maybe squeeze through it.
なんだ名前を間違えたんだよね。名前嘘。どこだ私。お
No, not drugs. I mean, he drinks, but never very much.
ドラッグ、パブでお酒、私も一緒に行くことだった。
Sometimes we go together. He drinks wine with food, but no, he doesn't have any kind of drinking problem.
Hmm.
Sure, I think. I do all the bills and paperwork and handle all the money stuff, so it should be easy for me to find. Do you want them dropped off to you?
お金
No, he doesn't keep a diary. That's my thing.
ほ
I've kept one, well,
う。あ、日
as
記
long as I can remember since I was a girl. Helps make sense of my day. And when you're forced to put something into words, just gives you perspective. Everyone's on the same page.
いや、これ。お金。あった。
No, everyone loved Simon. He's a glazier who doesn't have much money. I don't know. I don't know.
いや、こっちもアイドンノーなんだが。ドミノあ、出てきた
We loved our cat, Domino.
ドミノ
He had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other.
メモを入れて
Mum
やり
found
と
some
り
of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical. And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway.
やっぱ別々の人ドミノの鈴の中にメモを入れてた。メモ。鈴日記。お。
When I was 8, Mother died. She slipped down the stairs. It was an accident.
8歳の時に
I
母
read a
が死
diary
ん
at
だ
that。point, and I knew she wasn't my real mother. So I burned the diary that day, and I left. Walked out and across the street.
これイブの方だよね。実の母じゃないから。日記を書いてたのはイブってことか。暗号ないね。8歳あ、死んだ後わからん。なんだろう。ドラッグやってないわ。ワイン。あ、パブ。おっ。
God, I don't know. Could be anyone. Maybe someone followed him back from the pub. But why would he let them in? Doesn't make sense.
でもなんかパブでどうこういないわからんな。あ、ヘレンあ、でも全部出てるな。ピーター、スーダン、コーロン、 お
No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but he never runs off.
うん
He always comes back. We make up. It's always that way. Yes. He left after the argument. It was about 8 o'clock.
うんほう金曜土曜
It was late. Early Saturday morning.
やっぱりさ同じ格好で違うことしてるからさこの人とこの人とこの人は絶対違う人だよね。この人とこの人っていうか分からんけど鍵お
No, no, I don't think it was. I turned the key, but it was already unlocked.
ん鍵が開いてた
No, they were shut. Most of the windows were really hard to open anyway. They're stifling in summer. They were painted over by my dad. Could have left a door open accidentally. Or there's a cat flap in the back door.
鍵開けたっつってなかったか
Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier.
違う
And
っ
the
け
van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back.
違うなこれは
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked.
ああすでに
You
開
can
いて
tell
いる
because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in.
ほう映画ダメだなデートあやったな少女ねえわば違うなメガネなんだあでも言うて埋まってきてはいるけど犯人とかないわ殺したお
What did your wife do? She didn't kill you. You think I killed Simon because he was having an affair? Well, I didn't kill him. I wasn't even there. I was in Glasgow worrying about whether my baby was still growing inside me. I mean, why would I kill Simon? I loved him.
はあ赤ちゃんは結局生まれたの生まれた猫お
When we weren't together, we'd send secret
Ah,
messages
tsuwari.
by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book.
あこれだ秘密の
The
信号
knock code.
捕虜が使っていたっていう方
Something
法
prisoners of war would use.
これだ多分トントントンじゃな
We
い
tap them out
これだ
on
これだこれだ
the height or the attic floor.
わかんねえよ 結果わかんねえよ。捕虜が使う方法って何？捕虜捕虜暗号コードトーカー、これか？コード例。いや、わからんよ。普通にあれかなモールス信号なのかな？モールスじゃなさそうだよね。だって2トントンとかしなきゃいけないもんね。はい、おやすみ。解析ソフトとかないでよ。多分信号なんつってたか？秘密の信号で連絡、本で読んで覚えた。捕虜が使ってた。タップオブコード、タップコード、タップコードとかかな。タップコード、暗号。あー、こんなんわかんなくない？タップコードはポリュビオスの正方形のすべての文字を表す 5×5 の文字グリッドを使用するラテンアルファベット C で表せる K を除く。リスナーは文字を分類するためにタップのタイミングを区別するだけで済みます。これかなこれかな？最初の行の指定、垂直か。列を指定する2番目。B を指定するには1回タップしてから2回タップします。これじゃないか？ちょっと見てみようぜ。タップコードでね、ググると出てきましたよ。ローマ字のタップコードってやつ。ちょっとやってみようよ。そう、5×5 のやつ。タップコードね。これ。
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code.
できるかな？
Prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
ちょっと待って、興奮して止めちゃった。
When we weren't together, we'd use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
トントトントトトトン。ちょっと待って。これじゃないか？ちょっと待って。そしたら1、2、1234 1234 1 1234ちょっと待って。
When we weren't together, We tap them out on the attic floor.
これダメだ。なんないタンタタンでしょ。タンタタンタン。これ多分ね違うな。
When we weren't together, we'd said radiator pipes or the attic floor.
これ無理じゃない？だっておかしいじゃん。だってそれじゃないよね。
The attic floor.
いやとりあえず待って。だってさこれさこのさ一回を飛んでさ終わってんのがもうおかしくない？このタップコードだとなんか違うよな。
But they couldn't find any.
そしたらタップコードだとさ2回絶対叩かなきゃいけないのに叩かないんだよな。1回だけの謎だよね。タンタタンタタタタンタタタタンタン。これじゃないやつってあるのかな？タンタタン B でしょ。タタちょっと待って。
When we weren't together,
これよりもね多分ねもう一つリの方を特定するべきなんだと思うんだけど。
Dad thought we had mice, but they couldn't find any. Bought a cat anyway.
気になるからちょっとやっていいか。
We tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
タンタタンタタタタタタタタタタンタタタタタン。これ2回だけで終わるのは何なんだ？
Dad thought we
P 1234タタタンタタタンタンタン。これ本当にできるのかな。でもさ、1回で終わってるのはどういう意味なんだろうね。タタタンタタタンタタタンタタタン。なんか左右で分けてる意味はあるのかな。なんかこれにタップコード、ローマ字のタップコードに当ててもなんかちょっとバブには分からないことをやってんな。ちょっとこれだけ見るか。こっちでができたらおもろいけどな、逆に。これも左右超やってるよね。なんか左右でなんでこんなに分かれるんだ。一文字なん、いや違うの。これ左右で一文字じゃないよね。どういうことだ。これだって2回打たないやつなんだもん。これを考えて今日は終わりにしてよ。でも気になるから最後までやりてえな。タタタンタンタタタンタンタタタンタタタンタンタンタンタンタタタタタンタタタタタタタタタタ。これで合ってんな。1234 1345 1145 1234 1235。いやーでもこれはねなんないよ、文字にちゃんとした文字列になんないと思うけどな。 313451155ってなるけど、ん123 1 123 1234 1234 1234 1234ん11 12345 123412345いや、もうちゃんとした文字にならない。これネタバレ見ていいかでもネタバレにあるのかな。分かってやってる人ちょっとヒントみたいなのあるかな。これマジで知ってる人いないの？ハーストーリーモールス信号って出てくんだよ。もう検索のところに。あ、怖い怖い怖い怖い。あー、でもネタバレになっちゃうから怖い。やめとこう。なかなかいないよ、配信中にネタバレ検索する。いや、全然いるよ。それ君は全然配信を見てないよ。わからん。でも313451145わからんな。まあいいよ。いやでも全然この記号全然わからん。信号の内容だけ書くってどういうこと？数字ってこと？だと思うんだけど。ん？ないよ。意味今 LKUAVQV だと思うんだけど違うかな。3暗号コード関係の単語。でも思うにでもさ単発でさ本当は2回タップしなきゃいけないのに単発なのの意味が分かんないんだけど正直ちょっと違うな本当に。タタタン悔しいタタタンだってさタタタンこれだってさ最初のだよ聞いてよ。タタタンタンタンタタタンタタタタタンタンタンタタタタンタンタタタタンタタタタ。これ左右で1回ってことだよね。じゃんじゃんじゃん L1123 LC かな。12341234だって LCU A でもこの A のこのターンがわざわざ A にする意味もわかんないんだよね。他を単発でやってるってんだったらさ、いやわからん。ターン最初の行が下なんでしょうね。ちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょんちょん え、でもこれにしかならんけど。ってこと？違う。これじゃないの？34なんてある？34あ、うん？こういうことか？ちょっと待ってね。123こうだ。ラブユーって言ってる。出てこねえけど。これラブユーって言ってる。これどうでもいいってことはこっちもわかるわ。多分。
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the
すっ
attic
き
floor.
り。これね、左右で分けてる意味ねえわ。
Pipes or the attic floor. 多分なんかただ自分の気持ちいい左右に分けてるだけなんじゃないかなこれ。思うに。1 1 2 1 3 4 5 1 3 4 1 2 3 4 2 1 2 1 3
ん ?1、1、2、3、4、1、2、1、2、3。3、4、3、3、なんだっけ。この人の名前なんつってたっけな。あ、倍だ。倍だ花。倍だ花って言ってる。倍 D 花。これは花なんだよ。多分。それかわかんない。バイディア花とかだとわかんないんだけど。でも解けた。なんか無駄にすっきりしたわ。でもこれをさやってるってことは花とイブD だと思うんだけどな。1、1、2、3、4。あ、5だった？ちょっと待って。いや、倍じゃないよね。4か1、2、3、4だから。1234だから D だと思うんだけどな。 BYD になると思うけど。タンタタンタタタタタタタタタタンタタタタ4回しか叩いてないから。そうだよね。 BYD ってなってる。いや、すっきりしたー。何にも別にいいことないけどね。でもすっきりしたわけ。いやー、すっきり。そう、4回だった。いや、すっきりすっきり。愛してるとかではない気がするけどな。なんか打てなくなった。なんか文字がさよなら花って意味なのかな。あれなんか検索できない。アンチグレア。なんかおいおいおいおいおいおいおい、あれこれバブが検索履歴か。びっくりしたぜ。ここ見えなくなっちゃったんだけど。これバグ？ここ見えなくなっちゃったんだけど。 あ、出てきた出てきた。あとなんだろうね。バイ D 花だから、親愛なる花から。D 花って親愛なる花から、自分で親愛ってつけるかな。ディアーだったらわかるんだけどね。わからんな。傷調べたね。そういえばなんか胸からなんとかにかけて、なんか怪我してるみたいに言ってたよね、サイモン。あ、水道終わり。違うか。なんだっけ、なんかどっかに書いてたのにどこだか分かんなくなっちゃった。あ、シャワーないな。なんか、あ、腹から尻に傷。腹尻。あ、これだ。
He has a wallet, a huge silly thing, leather, real leather, I think. He packs it full of stuff, business cards, receipts, lottery tickets. He always carries it in his back pocket. I think that's why he's got a bad back. Offsets the discs. I haven't seen it, so he must have it on him. He always takes it out of his back pocket before when he comes in, if he's in the house.
はあ、財布。腰を痛めてた。赤毛。ガラス。ガラス会社。ロック。20。カード。もうなんだろう。約束。お。一人の人間を二人で順番に演じるようになったの。それにあった出来事。
We had a list of rules that said what we could and couldn't do in any given situation. It was exhaustive. We lived a second life through those rules. Rules for things that could only ever happen inside our imaginations. We would consider all the permutations of future events and agree rules to walk our way through them.
これなんかどっちなんだ？一人なの一人じゃないのな。リスト。人生。
Nothing Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The blood.
Gee.
It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
Rule. あったね。
It lasted about 6 months. I tried to carry on, but everything was different. Hannah insisted I not pretend to be her around Simon, let alone sleep with him. We didn't share him like the others. The rules had changed. Me living in the attic had become weird in a way it hadn't been before. I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding.
結婚式
We had our first dance to come back and stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us.
ほう2人で1人をやっていた。でこれが分からんね。ないの。自分あった。
At the time they said it was poison, food poisoning. I mean, I felt so guilty. If I'd still been at home, maybe I could have done something. I didn't.
やっぱりそうなのか。屋根裏で育てられてるそのラプンツェルみたいな状態になってた人と普通に自分の両親に育てられた人ってことか。だからキノコで殺したのか、もしかしたら屋根裏のイブかもしれんよぐらいの話という感じ。アルバイト上司顔嫌い。そうだね、共有してたんだね。無実罪罪お
Yes. I thought about telling Hannah. I felt guilty after the kiss. But then it began to feel like this was the way it should be. Sharing, like we had before. He never mentioned her to me.
やっぱ浮気してたのか。
And the Simon with her. It was almost like it was a different Simon.
サイモンも2人いるとかじゃなくてサイモンにも大人がいるとかじゃなくてなんかキョロキョロしてた最後。
Yes. But
なに今のこれなんかすごい気になんない？
But
なんだ、赤ちゃんいなかった？床？お？
Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room.
うん。
His throat had been cut. There was a lot of blood.
同じ手鏡あげちゃダメだよ、サイモン。
He was dead.
なんか変な音入るようになってない？なんかビデオに変な音を混入し始めてない？気のせいか？
No. I mean, he was. Everyone loves Simon. He was so nice to everyone. He loves me.
うん。感じてない？なんかピヨピヨピヨピヨピヨみたいになってたよね。
Hurt someone?
暴力。
Yes. But everyone thinks that from time to time, right? You just want to lash out.
暴力。うん、あざ。
Bruise? Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen, and the chair slipped, and I kind of hit the door with my face. I mean, it hurt like hell.
はあ。やけど。怪我。怖い。ないな。来い。お？
Childhood sweethearts? Something like that. Are you married, detective? 結婚。A long time. We got married when I was 17.
結婚式。でも見てるな。幸せ。痛い。いる。いない。
I think so. I mean, to get into our garden, we'd have to climb through other gardens. All the gardens back onto each other, so you'd have to climb over 1, 2, 3 gardens to get to ours. I mean, did anyone see anything? Did anyone see anyone come and go? An intruder?
でももうさ、殺した原因っていうか分かってるじゃん。鏡で殺したわけじゃん。だから話としては普通に2人の双子が1人の男を共有したっていう、それで怒ったっていう話だよね。
No, you're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind of slut. If you think I'm the kind of person that would have had sex with all those guys. think when I drove back, it was about 8.
でもさ、ほぼ同じ服でさ、違う髪でさ、ってしてんのもよくわかんないんだよな。この同じ人なわけでしょ。でも同じ人じゃないでしょ。これってさ、違う、本当に違う体なのかな。違う体なんだけど他に人格がいるのか。何なんだ、わからん。マジでわからん。共有。
When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace? Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him. That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic.
ね、そうだよね。なんかほぼ納得いくけど、なんか納得いかないよな。夢。ノート。ノート。これなんか時々バグるな。あとなんだろう。困ったよ。困った。困った。まだってしか言わねえよこいつ。なんだろう。姉妹。なんだ。職人。母。死んだ。義理。あ、つわりつだっけ。つわり。あー、ない。吐き気。嘘もついちゃうんだよな。嘘。名前。そうあたりしちゃうの。そうあたりが分からんけど、子供はねやったよ。赤ちゃん出産。流産もやったでしょ。扉。お
I sleep on the right side of the bed as you come in from the door. You can tell because I have 2 pillows and he just has 1.
ベッド。
In the bedroom?
あ、ベッドルームに指紋がいっぱいついてたんだ。そういうことだ。
parked up in the street. It was being
ないな。多分そうだよね。
fingerprints.
指紋がこれだよ、多分。ベッドに指紋があった。ベッドルーム。日記とラプンツェルも見たよ。日記。ラプンツェル。おとぎ話。魔女もやったでしょ。あ、姫。やったね。王子もやったでしょ。アンティーク。鏡。手鏡。日記。エリック。ダイアン。子供が2人って腕時計。あ、免許。ああ。死体。誕生日。やったな。栽培。キノコ、毒キノコ。戦争。あ、子供用品。箱。夕食。もう全然引っかかんなくなってきちゃった。なんだろう。1984。地下室もやったでしょ。1週間。死体はね、もうやったかな。電話。お。
Sure. Yes, of course, if that would help. Will you phone the house to let me know when you want to come round? Then I can make sure that I'm there. I mean, I don't know. Something must have happened to him on his way home.
共有もやったかな。
I mean, why hasn't he phoned? I don't know.
キッチン。写真。旅行。新婚。エレノアはそういえば。
1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the.
ダグとエレノアって両親のこと？ でもそんな職人気質のさ王子様がさ浮気してたのか。金髪ないな。事件に関してアリバイもう出てるな。トリック死因もう調べたね。もう分かってるしな。ウィッグもやったでしょ。ブロンドもやったな。性病セックス喉なんだ日記もやったもんな。あそうこん運転あった。
Like I said, I think I was popping out to get something, ran out of something, had to grab something. I sometimes drive too fast. If you want, you can arrest me for that.
どうでもいいな。なんか買い物ないね。あ、凶器ジーンズ服お
When will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but
探偵の実績が
look, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it by hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror and he gave it to me. Yes, it was a cremation
仮装
for the best. We both wore black and had veils, so it was easy. And after the funeral, everyone came back to the house. Hannah served up sandwiches, and I stayed out of sight.
はああとなんだろうね。あ、来た？ダメだな。寝た。記憶。嘘。発見器。発見器が違うんですけど。お腹減ってきた。発見。皆さん眠かったら寝ていいんだよ。うとうとしてていいんだよ。太った。ないな。あ、でも結構埋まってきたけど、ここら辺がこの連続してるところ、ピアノとか。ピアノ。続 続きが気になっちゃうね。いや、バブも気になんなかったらこんなに必死になってやってない。暗号解読までし始めちゃうからね。髪型ないなぁ。腕時計。悲しい。ここの連続してるところって全然拾ってきてないわけだよな。ねえ、あれ一番スッキリしたわ。あ、データ。ビデオ。記録。録画。あ、
Is that camera recording? If you put me on, you've been framed. I want the money.
やっぱこの人と
Just the one sugar. Thanks. Is that camera recording?
この人は違うよって話なんだろうな。僕が嘘発見器で名前が違う。名前が違う。嘘。ここら辺のその嘘ついてるところが、あ、質問とかかな。おい。
Rehearsed? You ask me the same question, you'll get the same answer. Is that your evidence? Of course I thought about what happened then. It's all I've thought about. My husband is dead.
刑事。助産師の名前は調べたね。同じ。あ、おやすみ。
That should eliminate me as a suspect.
あ、容疑者とかもあるのかな。
Can't be in two places at once.
容疑。おい。
Okay. So you want to eliminate me as a suspect? This is the third day running you've called me in. I speak to Doug and Eleanor every day. And they say you've been asking a lot of questions. About me. Should I be worried? Am I a suspect?
ダグとエレノアはなんだ。
1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died
サイモン
in
の
summer.
お父さんお母さん
A heat wave. Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I had to park. Not took my keys in town. I walked in to see his shoes in the shoe rack. He sits in there to have so he wasn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. And then I decided to come and see you.
両親かな多分ね。大きい。逃げる。逃げ。 ローマ。どうして？お？
On his throat. How?
喉。手作り？あとなんだ？ここやっぱ連続で分かってないところがあるんだよな。多分さ、断片的なところは話聞いてるけど、この連続のところは連続して話聞けてないわけじゃん。そこなんだろうな。バー酒手お
Okay. Sounds weird. I'm not great at making up stories.
作り話ね。多分全然触れてないところは嘘発見器のところだと思うんだよね。正直話す答えなんだろう。そう、嘘発見器で喋ってるところが多分まるまるない。私の名前ジョーの
Yes. I'll take.
ここだと思うんだよ
I've never taken a lie
な。
detector test before. Does it really work?
テスト。お
Mum and Dad never knew what was going on and got so good at it. We were so in sync that we'd use each other to cheat. If one of us had a hangover, the other one would go to school. Whoever was best at a subject would sit the exam. There were lots of differences between us. Some things one is better than the other at.
見つけた。
Yes, this is it. He made it himself. It's a special one-off. He made it and decorated it. That's his thing. Where did you find it?
はあ。嘘発見のところってなんだろうな。名前は
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
あ、ここってこと？花って答えてる。本当はイブだったってことか。あ、はい。 おっと。
I wasn't in the house.
これだけかい。いいえ。お？
No.
全然違うけど。
I'm not sure what strange would be, but he hasn't been acting odd. He's been busy at work, but nothing too stressful. I didn't. I slept in the car. I left about 9 that night. I wasn't there.
家にはいなかったってことだったね。いや、やっぱこの3つの帯がばっこりないっぽいな。出張。タトゥー。昔。いや、わからんな。なんだろう、これ。明日にする？もう1時回ったし。なんだろうな。ビッチとか出てくるかな。出てこなかったわ。言い訳。正解。答え。終わり。お？
Yes. Like a story. A beginning, a middle.
あ、物語。なあ、いっぱいあんのか。やっぱここの帯だな。出産。違うな。浮気。もう。
Yes. It was a shock to him. I mean, we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
はあ。じゃあちょっとあまりにも帯がでかいので明日にしようと思います。ずっとやっててもいいんだけどちょっと詰まってきたのでまた明日ということでみんなちゃんも気になると思うけどいろいろねちょっと単語考えといてください。やったことある人もねネタバレしないで応援してくれて本当にありがとう。ちょっと明日多分明日には終わるんじゃないかな。なんかねすっきりした終わりとかでは別にないらしいからここをね埋めるって感じになると思うのでそれを明日やっていこうと思います。みんなちゃん月曜日夜更かしお疲れ様です。明日も頑張って起きて社会に溶け込んでください。それではチャンネル登録、高評価、Twitter のフォローよかったらお願いします。また明日ね。バイバイ。おやすみー。 よ